did this right yesterday. There we go. Okay. So I've been playing, like, on the go. I've been playing World of Final Fantasy. And I got the ending. Turns out it was the bad ending, and now I have to go for the good ending. Fortunately, I don't have to replay the entire game, so... I got more to that game than I thought I did.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Yeah.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Man, this monitor's burn-in problem is getting worse and worse. I hate this fucking monitor. This piece of shit. It is absolute horrendous garbage.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dahna.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Shit, those black-eyed children.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Evil!
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting just here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Here I come!
Shield from calamity.
Rising Wyvern! It's time!
Now you see what I can do.
Swallow Blade! Cleonia!
They smite with
Rising
you
Wyvern! Eat dirt!
can't get out of this.
Stardust!
Mega Ray! Air thrust! Annihilation! Contained between heaven and earth.
You're mine!
Wailing Banshee lightning! Divine Beacon!
Rising Wyvern!
Air thrust!
Eat dirt!
That'll bring you down! Winds of heaven! Burst forth! Radiant light!
You may be strong,
In here!
but I'll never back down!
Rotating pile driver.
You don't need. Oh. Okay.
Ready!
Rising Wyvern!
What are you waiting for, guy?
I'll smash you.
Photon raging cascade! By the cosmic gate!
Side me! Burn!
Let me help! Far beyond the darkest sky!
Bathed in
I
blood.
am
Rising Wyvern!
Now we're not.
Annihilation! Mega
No
Ray!
further.
Shooting star! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing Banshee!
Rising Wyvern! Stardust!
Radiant look here!
Reflect on thy
Tempest Sword!
Mirage!
Celestial Hammer! Razor Cyclone! By the power of light!
resonate with the earth.
This one's mine! My escalator charge!
Swallow Blade!
Another incantation ruined.
Take this!
Can you take it? You see what I can. Nothing gets by me.
Eat dirt!
Flame of fury! Raging storm! Burning
Stardust!
Hear my call! Rain down and purify all! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Heal.
Freeze lancer! Meteor storm!
Rising Wyvern!
Take this.
The flame inside me!
It's time to finish this!
Hey, Smite! How's it going?
Consuming wildfire!
Might beat this tonight. Who knows?
You picked the wrong fight!
Lightning raging cascade! Not on my watch!
I thought I beat World of Final Fantasy earlier today when I was on the go. I got the bad ending. I mean, apparently the good ending is like really like you don't have to repeat the entire game. It's one of those. So we're just not done with it. I'm just not done with it, rather.
A chain between heaven and earth!
This we might beat tonight. Okay.
You picked the wrong fight! Now or never! Rising Wyvern!
No further.
Swallow Blade! Mirage!
Oh, come on. There we go. Ugh. Okay, heal me, someone. Okay, we're fine. Okay. Ugh.
The flame
Oh.
inside me yearns to be let
Hit him.
free!
Hit him. Okay, stop.
Try harder! It's too much!
Oh,
I couldn't make it in time.
that was my
No
bad.
further.
I basically like was worried about like activating some of the powers more than I was keeping my character safe.
You're mine!
Holy land! Between heaven and
From
earth.
beyond, imbue this
A
rising
wailing
wyvern.
Banshee of
From
lightning.
beyond, imbue this vanquished soul of light.
This way.
Resuscitation.
Oh,
Now you see what I can do. Radiant light. Regeneration. Being interrupted.
Out of ammo!
Don't suffer in
War without annihilation!
Rising wyvern!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning blood! Water, hear my call! Photon raging cascade! Fierce evil!
No further.
Stardust!
This one's mine! Freeze!
Resonate with the earth.
oh, okay. Couldn't do. Oh,
And here!
that I didn't see coming. So,
I can carve through armor. I'm out of ammo.
Rising wyvern!
It's in your hands now.
okay, we probably should, okay.
Saving this one. Mega ray.
You're mine! Strike!
Moon corruption. Thunder field. By the power of water.
Heal me.
Mega ray.
In the rest for the wicked. Go from trees. Got new pain up now to see.
Bring you down.
World free.
Far enough.
Thanks! Swallow blade! Rising wyvern!
Raging cascade.
This one's all mine!
Blood. Now you see what I can do.
Chain between heaven and earth. Mega ray. A wailing Banshee of lightning.
Okay, get out of there. Out of there. Okay.
Stay away from my friend!
The flames will roar.
Rising wyvern!
Winds of heaven.
Here I
Burst
come!
forth.
I'm not done!
I can't lose.
Here I come!
Sleep now.
No escape! Rise to this!
This one.
Fly!
Raging
Rising wyvern!
corruption.
This one's all mine!
Winds of heaven. Burst forth.
Okay, okay, heal me. Oh, wait, wait. If I can heal in a second.
Here I come!
It's in your hands now.
Stay away from my friend!
Ah, you freaking bunghole.
Not now! Not
Ah! I'm not gonna even let her do it. Okay. Oh yeah, you do that. Resuscitate him. Okay, now. Do we want to use treat or heavy treat? I think treat's good enough.
Now you see what I can do.
Here, let me help. Field. First aid.
Bitch.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Hey, Grimar.
My wearied companion.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Elfin!
Elfin's alive.
I'm okay.
Chill.
Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
I did. Got a problem with it?
He's awake! I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for
How much
that.
you want? I've got like $3.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became
A slave from Dana.
What I was thinking.
Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you?
What a piece
If
of
you
crap.
know the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Oh,
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of
who
me.
the hell is she anyway?
Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Varanus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Leon! We love you! You may have the thorns, but we have you. We're not gonna let the thorns stop us from lifting you up.
Go. But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
You know what destroys shadows?
Never forget,
The light.
I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Idiot? Oh.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissalma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissalma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
I don't even want
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
more
How about you,
terrifying
Shion?
than a
Dolly?
little girl and a dog.
You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
Big brother Alfred.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena. And Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissalma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Wait, we're back here again. Right back here again. Is there a reason? Or did they just point us in the wrong direction? Okay, I'm gonna get us. We have to go back to. Oh, we can't even. Where are we? We are. Okay, we're supposed to be going backwards. They have us going the right way. Ooh. Hold on.
No choice.
Bloody howling! Now we're not
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Get him. Back here. Coward.
no further.
Astral energy!
Say no more. Rising Wyvern!
Ah.
Too fast! Pick it up.
Armor won't save you! Ready to go!
Get back here, you coward.
Rising Wyvern!
Denied!
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Resonate with you!
Rising Wyvern!
Ah.
We did it!
Air pressure!
Rising Wyvern!
Quit running.
Rising Wyvern!
In a bind! Take that!
Thanks. Looks like we won. Right, here goes! Rising Wyvern!
I never miss.
Kind of hard to miss a target that big. She did.
Time to cross blades! Burn! Rising Wyvern!
Healing circle! Wings of heaven! First force! Gravitas field!
Take this! In a bind!
Lightning! Dance to the wind! Air thrust! Lightning!
They smite with blackened blade!
Rising Wyvern!
Mega ray! Annihilation!
Rising Wyvern!
Elusive deity! Ready and ready!
Glacial spear!
Armor won't save you! Tornado
Not
drive!
today!
Freeze lancer! Dance to the wind! Air thrust! Light astral energy!
I'm not done!
By the power of water! Storm! Radiant
Rising Wyvern!
Arcade waterfall! Freeze lancer! Dance to the wind!
Rising Wyvern!
There are a few enemies in here that move down slower than others sometimes, so you'll work extra hard to kill them. Not worry so much about dying, man, because we don't die that easily. So, like,
To be let free!
Negative armor won't save you! Reflect on thy sin. They smite with blackened blade!
You're mine!
come on. Ah. Oh,
Rising Wyvern!
power up.
A charge like that
Ah, where are you?
easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Rending you a bloody hell!
Rising Wyvern! You pay for that!
Imbue this vanquish no further!
By the power of water! I'll bring you back
Elusive
from
deity!
death's abyss!
Ready and eagle ray! Now you see what I can do!
This one's mine!
Where are you going?
You're mine!
Still got some fight left in me!
Try harder!
Seismic rupture!
Stardust!
By the power of water! Burning!
Try harder! The blade inside is yours to be let free!
Demon blast!
Seal!
Rising Wyvern!
I'll be saving
You're
this
on!
one!
You require
Lunar blast!
tornado
Swirl
drive!
blade!
Lunar blast!
Take this!
Supernova! I'm all
Rising
ready!
Wyvern! Dueling! In an instant! Impact Claw!
With this, I can become even stronger!
Ah, we rocked around you. Ran around you. Coming for me? Chicken. Back, back, back.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
Oh, Helen?
You two.
A deer, a female deer.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
You?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, For if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like... oh, I don't know. Musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
Oh, I should have told her the truth long ago.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
I'll be right back. Okay, perfect. Oops.
Looks like
I didn't mean to do that.
people of Lenegus can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment, a lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Got more.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
He's thinking of Doe.
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Oh yeah, that's one thing I'll check on. I don't think there's any. Even if there were any other side missions, I wouldn't be able to get to them. I mean there are, but I can't do them. One reason or another. Okay, let's go. Fun. Ooh, your cell phone.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should...
Jeez, scare me like that.
What?
Shit. That's creepy. Super creepy. Creepiness is just not knowing what she's all about, who she is, what she is, anything, you know? Ugh.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
If we're supposed to go to Rena, where are we going now?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
We see. Shouldn't my face be pointed at the game? Let me see if I can do that. Actually, no, I can do that. Finally? Yes. Perfect.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
Oh, Oblivion?
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
Humans always have a way. With the
No,
way the
this is
controllers
different.
work,
Something is
they
pulling
have
our
a way
ship
of,
in
like,
towards
making
it.
scaring you just as much as it stinks scaring them, the characters in the game. They're just vibrating in your hand unexpectedly.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Oh, man.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the... That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Wait, there's a... What's that? Like that. No condition to take off. Okay, but there's an exclamation point. They usually... You just have to go in here. This floor isn't accessible. We'll go to the central level then, I guess.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Someone in there?
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
Shut up.
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk!
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Date Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrecht 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
How would we accept your request?
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Oh!
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
I don't think we go anywhere else, so... That wasn't all good. Physical level. Doesn't take us anywhere. Let's go. It measures astral energy and fluctuations in Dana and Rena. I know it does. Not up, phone. That's it. Okay. This Xbox is a little angry. Here. Let's stay in the game right now. I'm playing this. And here we go.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
You don't know.
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
This is weird. Okay, let's just talk to the people up here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I
What
failed
if you
to notice
just,
the Red
like,
Women
open it?
previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
So...
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Jeez.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Pretty much.
And let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
I'm gonna guess no, it's not going to be.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us.
Yeah, you think?
Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
I'll be right back. do. I don't think we do. No. No.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
It needs healed. Oh, you found me collapsed again and helped me back up. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can continue to go about my research. We found some happy bottles. Hello.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some
Oh,
who
blow
emerge
their
with
frickin'
power
minds.
and some who won't. I think if we can find
Tell
a way
them
to get
everything
rid of
you
that
just
imbalance,
learned, they would just
then we'll
like.
be in a truly good place.
Ugh.
First, we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts
Either
we
that
have.
or just not believe you.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, First, we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
These are Dake Fizzle construction plans showing a central elevator shaft in multiple circular areas. Okay.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dan and mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Hi, darling.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shionne? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we
What?
thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Afterwards.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die. That we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrick 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrick 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
I'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you all get some rest in the interim.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? to deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara.
I think he sounds lost him.
I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Yes.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
What?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us,
Yeah, maybe.
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before.
She loves you.
But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No.
Wait until we're
You can tell me once my thorns are
Yes, exactly.
gone. Okay?
Wait until the end of the game.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up. Did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Zero.
This shall suffice. Please, everyone, have as much as you like.
Let's go!
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
I have a question. What if we need items?
So this is Rena.
Next. There's more side quests now. I don't know if I really want to do them. Maybe I should just.
This is where everything
continue
began.
the rest of the game.
Yet it's a dead world?
I won't.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen?
Oh.
You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No,
What if
I'll
it's like
pass.
non-buoyant water?
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Rena's Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Rena's Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
So... This is nothing. This is also nothing. So we can only go here. What are those two things for anyways?
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Scared me.
Helganquil! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
Let's go!
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
I'm trying to, like...
Try harder! Ready and ready! Slash! Swallow blade! Rising wyvern! Start up! Now you see what I can do! I'll grind you to dust! You're mine! Start up! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Oh,
we're finally timed.
Rising wyvern! Start up!
Far enough! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Rising wyvern!
This one's mine!
Rising wyvern! Tornado drive! Start up!
Struggle! I'll heal you all! Winds of the first
No escape!
healing circle!
Take this! Okay, here I
Do
go!
it!
I don't know what.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Got it!
Well done! Radiant kill!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Rising wyvern! Start up! You're mine!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over.
Zoogles!
Have to stay the course.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Oh, come on.
Stay calm.
Freaking
I shall
jerk.
provide assistance.
Here, let me help.
Okay, here I go! Armor won't save you! Rising
Leave the
wyvern!
ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me! Denied! Start up! Start up! Start up!
Hear my call.
Thrust! Rising wyvern! It's on! Burn in hell! Rising wyvern! Start up!
Now, go! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you. This one's mine. Not on my watch. Do it!
Take Grimma!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Water, hear my call.
Line up! Fly!
Hear my call. Get on in there with the
I'll
others.
smash you! It's on! Here I begin! Burn you into dust!
Do it!
Grimma!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
My exploits are bearing fruit. I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What?
You
No!
didn't make
I mean,
dinner,
wait,
wasn't it?
you fed us rotten
Dohalim?
food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, Did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In Tragedy's Aftermath, hope is all we have.
Billy, so many of these.
Just look at the size of that thing. Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Dahnan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there,
In an
right?
elevator.
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
It's over! Swallow blade! Damn it!
Here! A change between heaven and earth.
Here I come!
Away with it! Out of
Swallow blade! Rising wyvern! No further!
Armor won't save you!
Let's get you all tucked away.
Rising wyvern! Mirage! Slash!
Art expert.
Burn in hell!
Eliminate confiscated.
Rising wyvern! More sucrose?
Keep calm and take them down.
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Sky!
Well done.
Rising wyvern!
That one's mine. Do it.
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Resonate with the earth!
Rising wyvern. I'll heal your winds of heaven.
Awaken and
Where are you going?
The flame inside me yearns
Do it.
to be let free!
Astral energy. Full throttle. Hear me. Stream of fury. A chain between heaven and earth.
In your death,
A
Doheny.
wailing
Sentinel
storm. Do it.
Field.
In an instant! Impact frost!
Reinforcements.
Burn in hell! Rising wyvern! Stardust!
Now. Astral energy.
Say no more!
More incoming.
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this.
Impressive fervor, little one.
No further!
Armor won't save you!
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you. Sleep now.
You're mine! Strike! It's over! They smite with blackened flame!
Don't mind if I do.
No escape! Burn! Start up!
Supernova! Purge Malevolence! Arcane Waterfall! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Get on
Rising
there
Wyvern! Start up! Begin! Flame inside me yearns to be let free! You're mine!
Awake
now! Rising Wyvern!
Take this!
Start up!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
In here!
Start up!
You made quick work of them!
I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve, young lady.
I hope to see them sometime.
To be let free!
Winds of heaven!
On your
Water!
knees.
Force!
Rising Wyvern!
This one's mine! Sleep now! Get on in there with me! Where are you going? This is it!
Rising
Now!
more!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Illuminate the dark! Blah, 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 magic!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
One more time!
Technique? How are your weapons holding up? That's not to give me any ideas.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that wasn't good.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look prospered.
Rising Wyvern!
Take this!
They smite with blackened blade! You picked the wrong fight!
Glacial Spear!
Here's evil!
Now you see what I can do!
Execution! Your arts are
Negative
Rising
gate!
Wyvern!
Winds of heaven!
Resonate with the earth!
You're mine!
Stalagmite!
It's over! You're mine!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A chain between heaven and earth.
They smite with blackened
A
blade!
whirling banshee of lightning! Searing flame!
Stardust!
Leave the charges to me!
More for the stockpile!
Denied! Air pressure!
Stardust!
Searing flame! Reload! This world! Where did that came from? Celestial order!
Take
Do it, Helene!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! I think I'm getting stronger.
Should hope so.
Even in such a harsh environment as this. There are still creatures here?
You think... They're native?
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled.
Some of the Renans.
Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom. This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing. Glacial Spear! Here's evil! get on my nerves. Not in your dreams.
You got fire.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours.
I never miss. Lightning condense. Thunderbolt. Hear my tongue between heaven and earth. Spread.
Rising Wyvern.
Here's evil lightning.
Here I come. Escape. Eater. Rising Wyvern.
Ready to go. Radiant. Denied. Do it. Dohalim.
Light burst forth!
Radiant Denison. You don't mess around. Searing flame.
Certainly not. Now we're never.
Hit.
In a bind?
Illuminate the
Rising Wyvern.
Holy
Stardust. Take this.
No launch shall break this night.
Rising Wyvern.
Think dark.
Take it. I'm not
On
done.
your knees.
Anything in armor is all mine! Armor won't save you!
Now.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade.
Reflect on thy sin. They smite with blackened blade.
Rising Wyvern.
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
I'm ready!
I need to be stronger. I have a bad feeling about this.
Rising Wyvern. You picked the wrong fight.
Lion!
Swallow
Stay
blade.
calm. I shall provide assistance.
Not on my watch.
Benediction.
Rising Wyvern.
Purge malevolence.
Stardust.
Our art is being interrupted.
Get on in there. Reload.
Too fast.
Stand back. I'll trip it up. Take this!
Arctic waterfall.
Eater.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Air thrust. Lightning between heaven and earth.
I can carve through armor!
You're mine. Rising Wyvern.
Sleep
You're
now.
on. I'm not done.
Benediction.
Rising Wyvern. You're on. No escape.
Now.
Dohalim. In an instant. Impact block. We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz. Within the
You
soil.
picked the wrong fight.
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Rising Wyvern. Stardust.
In a bind?
Air thrust.
I'm ready! All yours, Kisara.
Glacial sphere.
Rising
Come forth and heal security.
It's on.
Lancer.
You're up. Eater.
That'll bring you down.
Rising Wyvern. Stardust. Here I come.
I'm ready.
Dohalim. In an instant. Impact block.
Resonate with the earth.
Rising Wyvern.
Can't get out of bed.
Ready and raring.
On your knees.
Searing flame. Reload.
Stardust.
Damn it. Out of ammo.
Take this.
I'm all stuffed up.
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Puddle.
Step back. This one's all law.
Ah.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Rising Wyvern. Here I go. Flame inside me. Cure. Come one, come all. Swallow blade.
Shield from calamity.
Rising Wyvern. Now I can let loose.
Searing flame. Reload.
Now I can let loose.
I'm ready. Far enough. Here I go.
Rising Wyvern.
Raging storm.
Can you take it? The tempest is
Whirling
Too fast.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Stardust.
Freeze laser.
Line.
Dance in the wind. Let the marksman handle it.
Not today.
Radiant. Here.
Rising Wyvern.
A grip and tonight's meal is on you.
Good job. Coming through.
Swallow blade.
See what I can do.
Burning.
Stardust.
Can't get out of bed.
You're to be let free.
Lightning condense. Thunderbolt.
You picked the wrong fight.
I'll face you.
Illuminate the
Rising Wyvern.
Here I go. Holy land.
Which way are you facing, dude?
Rising Wyvern. Stardust.
Photon.
Now we're never.
Rising Wyvern.
In a bind?
Stardust.
Is this it?
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Denied!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
I can't hold on much longer!
Masterful! Not done yet!
Radiant Holy Lamp!
Rising Weapon!
First aid! A wailing fury of lightning! I'm ready!
Rising Weapon!
Radiant, and I never miss!
Armor won't save you!
Rising Weapon!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Take it! It's hot in your dreams! Mega Ray!
Burn!
Annihilation!
Rising
Raging
Weapon!
Storm! Tunnel! It looks like you got this one covered! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning! Holy Lamp!
What in the world?
Totally.
I'm all right. I'm still standing.
Get on in there! Together! Flame of Fury! Burning Strike!
You picked the wrong fight.
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Rising Wyvern!
Alright! It's ready to here! Magic is in it! Freeze and over! Get to the wind! Mega Ray!
Rising Wyvern! You'll pay for that! Stardust!
I'll bring you back from
Try harder!
I'll bring you Raging Cascade!
Rising Wyvern!
I've taken too much damage!
Stardust!
Illuminator!
This can't be happening!
No more Miss Night
Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Lightning Orb! Hold on to your heart! Here I come!
Try harder!
I can't lose!
Try harder!
Allow me to...
Hey, why do you keep going in front of it? I don't understand.
Rising Wyvern!
No further!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Light axe dance in the wind!
Heal my weary
Ignite!
In here!
Rising Wyvern!
You all have
Now I can let loose.
Radiant Magic is I'm only getting in here!
Resonate with the earth!
Annihilation!
You!
Let's get you out of the way! Mega Ray! Magic is there! Tidal Wave! Watch it! I never miss! Heart requires complete focus!
There is logic within your every move.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Canine vest? Where's the canine vest? Not you. Ooh, wait.
This won't be easy.
Rising Wyvern!
I whirl it. Don't be such a pessimist.
Will this help?
Rising Wyvern! Catapult! Stardust!
Healing circle.
Rising Wyvern!
Can't get out of this!
It looks like
You
got
picked the
this
wrong
one covered.
fight!
Shining Supernova! Confiscated!
Rising Wyvern!
Within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Mega Ray! Winds of Heaven! First force! Water! Gemini
Masterful dash!
Ready to go! To the wind!
Stardust! Denied!
Steel!
Outline you into
The fluidity. The earth throbs with pain.
Magic is there!
Can't get out of this!
In here! Reload!
Ignite!
What's up, Ty?
Rising Wyvern!
Shining Supernova!
Fluid Gate!
Whoa! Hey! When is it out of here? Here's evil! Where are you going? Freeze!
I have no limits! Rising Wyvern!
Glacial Spear! Here's
I'll
evil!
stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Now you see what I can
You
do!
can't stop this charge. You're not gonna do it.
Rising Wyvern!
You can't do it right now.
Here I come! Fluid Gate!
There you go! Don't let up!
Now or never! In a bind?
Annihilation! Here, Flame of Fury!
Ignite! Rising Wyvern!
Piercing Dream!
Eagle Ray!
A thrilling performance.
Denied! It's over!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Rising Wyvern! Captivity! Stardust! Shattering the pieces! Elusive deity! I can carve through walls!
Gemini Aqua!
Now we're not. Can't get out of this!
Amazing.
Ignite!
Burning Strike! Lightning Orb! Here's your healing arm!
Rising Wyvern! They might reflect
Between heaven and earth!
Here I come!
Aware
Come
the
not done!
anti-lightning! I never miss!
Rising Wyvern!
Here, Flame of Fury! Burning Strike! Water, hear my call!
Resonate with the Rising Wyvern! Heal my weary companion!
Nothing can hold
Then
on
your
much
death will
longer!
be. Then tonight's meal is on you.
You've got
Lunar Corruption!
no further!
Lunar Blast!
I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I've used a bit too much healing.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans.
Too much healing, huh? Well, you might want to fix that.
Even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing. Not in your dreams.
Mirage!
Lightning Warrior!
Driving me mad!
Rising Wyvern!
Freeze Lancer! Consecrate it!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Here I go! Take this! No escape! You dare strike me from behind? I'm ready! Throw them away!
There!
Armor won't save you! Begin! Swirl blade!
Leave the chargers to me!
Rising Wyvern!
Can you take it on? You're mine! That'll bring you down!
Burn! Rising Wyvern!
Annihilation! Far enough! Mega Ray! Lightning Orb!
Take this!
Now!
Swarm on! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Rising Wyvern!
Between heaven and earth! Back into the fray! A whirling
I'm not done!
lightning! Mega Ray!
Everlasting darkness!
Searing Flame!
I'm ready! Kishara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Dance in the wind! Help it! Ready!
Mega
Ray!
Blood!
Now!
Kishara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
They're surrounding us!
Grant me the strength to march on! Burn!
Searing Flame!
Rising Wyvern! Ready and raring!
Not on my watch! Searing
I'll
Flame!
finish you!
Reload!
Stardust! It's on!
Hear my
Stardust!
wind astral
Burn!
energy!
I'm ready!
Excellent astral energy!
Say no more.
Got!
Well done!
Rising Wyvern! Stardust!
Now
Do
an
it!
excellent technique.
How are your weapons holding up?
That's not to give me any idea.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that wasn't true.
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way.
Wood cloak.
This'll make us even...
more formidable.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! The blade of time may yearns to be let free! Burn in hell! Stardust! It can hide itself? Amazing! Stardust!
Behold!
Alright,
The
you
Earth
do that.
pulse. Tectonic vision!
Benediction light.
Rising
Make
light!
that bitch.
I can carve through armor!
Another incantation ruined.
It looks like you've got this one covered. All disasters made one.
Now
Rising
Wyvern!
Wyvern!
No further!
Glacial Spear! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy Glimmer!
Rising Wyvern!
Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing beauty of lightning! Lunar
Rising Wyvern!
Far enough! Annihilation!
Benediction light.
Outstanding form!
Is that being interrupted? It is. I can't ignore the pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Take that! Armor won't save you! Heal my weary companion!
Lost in pain.
By the power primed and ready!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible. A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
I don't even know the word defeat.
Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth! I can't heal you forever! Lightning!
No rest for the wicked.
Lunar Horizon! Gemini Aqua! There you go! Now let out!
Rising Wyvern!
Illuminate the dark!
Armor won't save you!
Far enough!
Swallow Blade!
Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing
Amazing.
Can't move!
Forgive me.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! A wailing banshee of lightning! I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Not done yet!
Show me what my arts can do!
Forgive me.
Raging cascade! Resurrection!
Rising Wyvern! Stardust!
Searing flame! Eat dirt! I never miss!
Try harder! Hold nothing back! Rising Wyvern!
Let me help!
Rising Wyvern! Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Burn! Stardust!
Reach out! Annihilation!
A thrilling performance.
Nothing gets do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I felt better, that's for sure.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Denied! Rising Wyvern!
I shall provide assistance.
I owe you one. Stardust! Flying freak! Why can't they just sit still? Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Can't get out of this.
Divine annihilation!
Burn in hell!
Whirling struggle.
Rising Wyvern!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Gush!
Well done.
Rising Wyvern!
Regeneration.
Anything in glacial Julio. Piercing evil. Rain down impurities later.
Okay, here I go.
Not in your dreams.
Stardust!
Armor won't save you. Mega Ray, let me do that. This one's mine. I never miss. Illuminate the
Rising
dark.
Wyvern!
Come forth, Holy Glimmer.
No further! Stardust! This one's all mine!
Chain between heaven and earth. Back into the
Now!
flow.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. Searing
Nothing gets by me.
Holy Glimmer.
Rising Wyvern! Stardust!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I think I'm getting stronger.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Primed and ready.
Swallow blade!
Where are you going?
Flat! Try harder! Rising Wyvern!
Shield from calamity.
Far enough!
Take it.
Rising Wyvern!
You're ready and raring. I'll smash you.
A chain between heaven and earth.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Rising Wyvern!
Lightning horn.
Stardust!
Lightning
The flame inside me! Yours! Level 3!
evil. Illuminate the dark. Come do it.
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed launch.
Swallow blade! Rising Wyvern!
Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Stardust!
Now.
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Lightning. Downfall.
Rising Wyvern!
Now.
Stardust!
I'm out of back into the flame.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Annihilation. Winds of heaven. First form.
I need to be stronger.
This one will be difficult to predict.
To be let free! Burn in hell!
Take this!
Stardust!
A thrilling performance.
You're mine!
Where are you going?
Rising Wyvern! Stardust!
Well, I tried to dodge it. He's like hitting stuff, and I'm like, well, are you gonna press R2? Come on. Can't just ignore me, man.
Can't get out of this!
Winds of heaven. Not on my watch. Annihilation.
Shattering these pieces. Attack time.
Winds of heaven.
Ignite!
First force. I'm out of ammo.
Stardust!
Can you take it?
First aid.
I owe you one.
Outstanding form. Dance of the wind.
Escape!
Seal. Lightning.
Far enough.
All together.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Glacial spear. Pierce the evil.
Save you.
There you go. Don't let up. Where are you going? Razor cyclone. Celestial. I'll heal you all.
Rising Wyvern!
Everlasting
Healing circle.
Another incantation ruined.
Just what art expert.
No dawn shall break this night.
Thanks so much.
Rising Wyvern!
Illuminate the dark.
Ignite!
Pierce the evil. Glimmer.
No further. The
Stardust!
fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Between heaven and earth.
Here I come!
A whirling dancing lightning. Ready to go.
Far enough.
Anything in armor is all mine. Purge malevolence. Arctic waterfall.
Smash you.
In here. Will this help?
I'll thank you.
Amazing.
Tempest Wind. Now. Astral energy.
Say no more!
Okay, so go this way.
Both quivering. I think we're about to be real lucky.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Pick it up.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
come all!
Well, looks like you got this one covered. This one's mine. Sleep well. This'll come hold on to your arm. Here I come.
Swallow blade! Burn! Slack! On your Rising Wyvern!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you. Denied!
Now you see what I can do!
In here! Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Well then, I should probably think about tonight's menu.
Oh, yeah, there is.
This one will be difficult to predict. Our arts are being interrupted.
I'll take you all on! Mirage! Ride it! Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
No further! Stardust!
Radiant light! Searing flame! Reload!
Here I come!
You cascade! To the wind!
Prepare to be seized, though fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
It looks like you have more to it.
Take no further! Rising Wyvern! The flame inside me! You're worthy! Let free! Armor won't save me! Rising Wyvern! In an instant! Impact Frost! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Confiscated! Radiant
Rising Wyvern!
In the soil.
The flame will roar!
Take this!
Raging
Here I come!
cascade!
And more than enough for now! Swallow blade!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah.
You picked the wrong fight! Rising Wyvern!
Now!
Your Grima!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Radiant
Rising Wyvern!
Look now! Here eat steroids!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Where are you going?
Rising Wyvern!
Here I go! Searing
No escape!
Do it! Freeze!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
Oh. Not long enough.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me! Swallow Blade!
Nothing gets by me! Careful!
Eat dirt!
Camouflage!
Rising Wyvern!
Shields from
Mirage! Now, let loose! Stardust!
Illuminate the dark! Let the
Mirage!
handle this!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah!
And the bubbling to me! Raging cascade! Bloody hold on to your heart! Here I am!
Rising Wyvern!
You can read!
Stardust!
Wind after!
Can't move!
I couldn't make it in time.
Raging cascade!
From beyond, imbued it went with the flame of resuscitation.
All disasters made one!
Not done yet!
Healing art! Shattering! I'll take
Okay.
it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Resonate with the earth!
Lightning orb!
Stalagmite!
Rising
Wyvern!
Nothing can defy me!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Denied!
Swallow Blade! Resonate with the earth! Stardust! Stalagmite! This one's all mine! Stardust! Heal! I have no limit! It's time! Can't get out of this! Rising Wyvern!
Glacial spear!
Stardust! Rising Wyvern! Stardust!
Here, let me help. Crescent fly! Arctic waterfall! Freeze!
Rising Wyvern! Stardust! Negative escape!
Eat dirt!
Rising Wyvern!
Where are you going?
Stardust!
Here's the healing art! Light after lightning to death!
Save my weary companion! Ignite!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
Rising Wyvern!
reputation ruined. I'll face you. Take this. Try harder. Can't get out of this. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
I owe you, Sion. Dealing with my R2 best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Resonate with the earth. Rising water. Arts are being interrupted. Captivity. An astral art.
That's my cue.
Shut him down. Time to let it ring. Rising Wyvern. Elusive deity.
Lightning orb.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Power of water.
Catapult. Eat dirt. Prepare to be seared. Take this.
Arctic waterfall. Will this help? Seal.
Catapult. Leave the charges to me.
I can't hold on much longer.
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Water, hear my call.
Rising Wyvern.
Now here's a hero.
So you clamor for...
Forgive me.
My Can you take
Hear
it?
me. Flame of
Oh! Why are you doing? Okay, no, never mind. You can't fucking do anything.
To be let free.
Mega Ray.
Rising Wyvern.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Armor won't save you. Take this. In a bind.
I'm all stuffed up.
Reflect on thy sin. They smite with blood.
On. You can't.
Everlasting dark. Rising Wyvern. I'm ready. Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. Rising Wyvern. Leave the charter to me.
You're coming down with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the room?
A malady your art cannot fix.
Eat dirt. Where are you going?
Out of the woods. Take this. No escape. Negative gate.
Okay, she's not healing me because I'm not. I'm giving her more.
Resonate with the earth. Rising Wyvern.
By the power of water.
Rising Wyvern.
I'll bring you
I
back
can
from
carve
death
through
to death.
armor. Benediction light. This one's all mine. Stardust.
That's been a smart corruption. Outstanding form.
Take this. Catapult not done.
Annihilation. Radiant pierce.
Heal my weary companion.
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
Benedict. Rising Wyvern. No further. Stardust.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Gotta hold it together. Healing circle. Do or die.
Leave the charges to me. Take this. Far enough.
Down free. Captivity. Ready and rare. Confiscated.
It's on. Stardust. Rising Wyvern. Catapult. Stardust.
This one's mine.
Ignite.
Sleep now. That'll bring you down.
Take this.
Let's get you all tucked away.
Rising
There you go.
Wyvern.
Don't let up.
Elusive deity.
It's showtime.
Eagle Ray. Take this.
Knuckle. Raging cascade.
Finish.
Control myself.
Try harder. Rising Wyvern.
Winds of
Swallow
heaven.
blade. Heal my weary companion. Is this it?
Feel. Don't give up.
Really?
Can you take it?
By the way. Do it. Sion. Astral energy. Full throttle. Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
That's a sap. Dragon blood is like a sap from a tree, and it smells really good. Air plate. So I have to fight one of these, huh? There's like a lot of the really big beasts here. That's crazy. Wish it would take like quicker to just, you know, get through these.
In a bind?
Amazing.
Here I come from the wind. Spirits within the soil.
Okay, wait a minute.
Rising Wyvern! Everlasting darkness! Negative gate! Awaken and bleak! You're finished! Mirage!
Sleep now.
You kidding me? Hey! Yes.
To be let free! Ignite! Benediction light! Rising Wyvern! Now you see what I can do! A thrilling performance. Denied!
Here's a healing arm. Thunder field. Arctic waterfall.
Rising Wyvern! Elusive deity!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arms to accomplish this.
Rising Wyvern! No further! This was all mine!
Sleep now.
Elusive deity! Demon Blast!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Ready and clear! Death in the wind! You're mine! Rising Wyvern! Stardust! Catapult! You're mine! I'll smash you! Catapult! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! No further! Rising Wyvern! Stardust! Ready to go! Take it! Far enough! Stardust engulfs you!
It looks like you guys have recovered.
They smite with
Your natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never. Sleep now. Healing charge.
I don't know what I'd do without
Oh, you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Reflect on Rising Wyvern! They smite with Take the pain between heaven and earth! Escape! I can carve through armor! Heavy steel! Rising Wyvern!
Outstanding form. Here I come. Here's the evil.
Rising Wyvern!
Heal you all. Celestial Runner.
Swallow Blade! They smite with blackened blade! Rising Swallow Blade!
Do it.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Well, look. Here.
I don't think we're beating this game tonight. Well, tomorrow night maybe, but not tonight. Looks like it's gonna take a little longer.
You picked the wrong fight!
I can't heal you forever.
Try harder! Rising Wyvern!
Where are you going?
No further! Rising Wyvern! On your knees! Rising Wyvern! Rending you apart! Bloody howling!
A thrilling performance.
Rising Wyvern!
Here's the evil.
You picked the wrong fight! Sure! Thanks!
Illuminate the tree.
Stardust!
Holy glimmer. I can handle it.
Here I come!
Chain between heaven and earth. It looks like you got this recovered.
Take this!
Lunar blast.
I can carve through armor! Shine! Radiant light! Regenerate!
Hey, got out of the way.
Didn't want to put you out.
What a friend's force we can't depend on.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Within the soil.
Awaken and reclaim!
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Mirage.
Not today!
Mega Ray!
Rising Wiper!
Outstanding form! Raging Cascade! Far enough! Demon Lash! Eagle Ray! Between heaven and earth!
No!
He got out of the way, too. I totally did.
This is my fault.
Prepare to be sealed! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy land!
Can you take it?
Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning! Divine wrath from depths abyss!
Air pressure!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
I'm being interrupted.
Where are you going? Thunder!
Rising Wyvern!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Another incantation ruined.
Banshee of lightning! Mega Ray!
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Go here first. Of course, it's still a monster. Group of monsters, actually.
Brace yourself! This one's tough!
Pierce evil!
Okay.
Freeze Lancer!
It's on! Ignite! Got fire!
Being interrupted. Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
In a bind? Resonate
It's
with
over!
the earth.
Come and face me! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Rising! Start up!
I'm ready! Astral energy!
Say no more! Shine!
Well done.
Light.
Rising Wyvern!
Healing
The
circle!
flame inside me yearns to be let free! Rising Wyvern!
I'm ready! Dance in the wind!
Eagle Ray! I'm
In
ready!
here.
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all! Raging
Rising
Cascade!
Wyvern!
That's why I dodged, but
Looking good!
It's time to finish this!
didn't
Die!
like had to be in the way.
Consuming wildfire! All disasters done! Come forth as leave the charges to me! Deny!
Bathed in blood.
Rising Wyvern! Swallow Blade! Rising Wyvern!
I never miss! A whirling
Not
struggle!
today!
Can't get out of this.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Rising Wyvern!
Lightning radiant cascade!
Elusive enemy! Hold nothing back!
Rotating pile driver.
Dance in the wind! Here
Rising
goes!
Wyvern!
Reload!
Everlasting
A whirling struggle!
Rising Wyvern!
Would you mind if I do?
Can't get out of this.
Annihilation! My astral power!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Here! I'm only getting I'll be saving this one!
Anything in order.
The flame inside me yearns to try harder!
Blah, 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 magic!
Burn!
In here! This will come in handy!
Rising Wyvern! I owe you one.
No further.
Outstanding form! Illuminating Easter! Where are you going?
Can you take them?
Holy Land!
Rising Wyvern!
They smite with blackened blade.
Rising Wyvern!
Heal my weary companion.
You picked the wrong fight!
A thrilling performance.
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! I can feel my power growing!
Alright, open that, will you? You gonna open it? Elemental cape.
This one will be difficult to predict.
You got hold on to your
Rising Wyvern!
Shield from calamity.
Now we're not... Take this! Far enough! Try harder! Rising Wyvern! Start this! Try harder! Rising Wyvern! Start us! Demon Lash! Sonic Spear! Rising Wyvern! This one's all mine! Start us! Ready and rare! Rising Wyvern! Start us!
That'll bring you down.
Another
It
incantation
looks like
ruined.
you've got this one covered.
Start us!
Bathed in fear, throbbing in pain. Our arts are being interrupted.
No further!
Ooh.
Rising Wyvern! Start us!
No dawn shall... I couldn't make it in time.
Sonic Spear!
No, not that way, you idiot! Where I'm telling you!
Rising Wyvern! Burn in hell! Rising Wyvern! Start us! I'll face you! Rising... Prepare to be drawn! Slash!
I'm in your debt.
Rising Wyvern!
Hear my call.
Spirits within the
Get
salute.
you all tucked away.
Start us! Lightning Blade!
A chain between
Rising
heaven and earth.
Wyvern!
Healing arts.
Start us! Ignite!
Confiscated.
Start us!
Raging cascade.
Rending you apart! Bloody...
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Where are you going?
Try harder! Rising Wyvern!
Negative gate. Resonate with the earth.
Stalagmite!
Force of
Rising
regeneration.
Wyvern!
You require a hand.
In a bind? It's too much! I'll smash you! Deny! Burn!
Chain between heaven and earth.
Can't end here!
Don't leave me!
From beyond!
I won't give up!
From beyond! Imbue this
Chain
vanquished...
between heaven and earth.
From beyond! Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Divine Our require complete focus.
It's in your hands now.
Don't get in my way! Far beyond the darkest
Rising
sky.
Wyvern! Swallow Blade!
Photon 10! Ready to go! Can't be happening.
Stay away from my
Your
friends!
dreams.
It's go time!
All this
Thought she was already.
I'll smash you! Far enough! Resuscitation!
I can't lose.
I healed myself.
Watch and weep.
Are you kidding me?
The enemy will...
We'll soon see about that.
Are you kidding? God dang it! Get hit by my sword, bitch!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and reach! Rising Wyvern! Burn!
Now or never. You can't get out of this.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
I'm ready! Thoroughly! In an instant! Impact block!
That took more energy than I expected.
I'll be right back. Not for him. Ooh, no. Oh.
What do you think this place was for?
Ah! It's the Matrix.
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Huh. You would think they'd put like a chest there or something, but it's not. Boss time.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
Yeah. Oh, something I don't know.
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary duel. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Rising Wyvern!
Now you see what I can do.
Denied!
I never miss!
A thrilling performance. I owe you one. Phantom!
Into the shadows!
Burn! Soda!
Don't mind if I do.
Execution!
Power of war! Thunder field!
Take this!
Hear me! Radiant
Take this!
You're finished!
Burning
You're up!
Its head is sweet point. We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Here
I'm not done!
All right,
It's over!
It's your turn! Hear my call!
I'm not done!
Bathed in blood.
Here I come!
Bloody howling.
Soda!
In here!
Ready and ready.
I'll be saving this one!
Being interrupted.
Illuminate the
smash
dark!
you.
Magic is in!
Benediction light.
All mine! Burning
Here,
sun!
Soda!
Blaze of fear! Here's the evil! Freeze Lancer!
Escape!
I'm right now!
You're mine!
Everlasting darkness.
Rising
In a
Wyvern!
bind.
Resonate
with the earth.
Soda!
Stalagmite.
Here I come! It's over!
I'll grind you into dust. If you can
The sky is mine!
catapult.
Rising Wyvern!
Get on in there with the other!
Benediction light.
Rising Wyvern! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I can carve through armor.
Let's go! There you go! Don't let up!
Let me see you. get out of this!
You're finished! Mega Ray!
Mirage!
Steel Force!
Rising Water!
Alright, it's burning!
No dawn shall break this night!
You picked the wrong fight!
Captivity! Here!
Rising Water!
I'm going to use all the power of my healing arts to accomplish it!
Ready to go! I'll grind you into dust! Far enough!
Rising Water!
Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Here! Heal my weary companion! Pieces! Attack time!
Illuminate! Damn it! Back at
Rising Water!
Another incantation ruined! In a bind? This one's all mine!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Rising Water!
Amazing.
To break this night! Tornado drive! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Here, let me help.
Rising Water!
Thunder field!
Take this!
Light astral hand on field! Not on my watch! Here's a healing arc! First
I
aid!
owe you one.
Tempest Whirl! Hit!
Take this! It's over!
Bloody
Take
hell!
this!
I can carve through armor! I'm ready!
Will this help?
Burn in hell!
Tempest Whirl! Healing
Rising
circle!
Wyvern!
Tunnel! Light astral
No
energy!
further! Rising Phoenix!
They
Far enough!
Mega Ray!
Rise! Mirage! Rising Water!
It looks like you guys just recovered. A chain between you and
Nothing!
lightning!
Rising Wyvern!
Divine savior! Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Here!
No escape!
Get out of here with here!
Take this!
Take lightning condemned! Thunder blade! Now
Rising Water!
Shattering the pieces!
lightning condemned!
Such unadulterated fury.
Illuminate the sun! Come forth, holy glimmer! Outstanding Hold on to your arts. Here I come. Don't mind if I do.
Can you take it? Take this!
Lightning condemned! Thunder blade! Illuminate the sun!
I'm not done!
Try harder! They smite with
Rising Wyvern!
Here's a healing arc.
Nothing gets by me!
Will this help? Raging storm! Here goes!
This isn't looking good.
Illuminate the blah blah blah! Holy land! Will this help? Healing
I can
circle!
carve through armor!
Tempest Whirl!
Thanks.
Lunar Glow and Light! Gemini
In a bind?
It's gonna attack! Right, watch out!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
By the power of water! Lightning orb! Ready! Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Is this it?
Don't give up!
Stalagmite!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
Rending you apart!
Nothing gets by me!
Bloody hell!
Back into the fray!
Rising Wyvern!
Imbued in
Stardust!
light!
Take this! Will this help? Where are you going? I've still got some fight left in me.
This one's all mine!
Such unadulterated fury.
Eat
Thunder
this!
blade! Chain between heaven and earth! Lunar corruption! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Pain.
Gemini Aqua! Divine Lady! A whirling struggle! Winds of heaven!
Here I go!
Here I
No
go!
escape!
I'm only down! Dear no!
There!
Parent flame! Reload!
We got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Benediction light.
Heal! Burning you out to water! Hear my call!
You're finished!
A whirling struggle!
Rising Wyvern!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'll smash you! Elusive deity!
Here I come! I'm not done!
In a bind?
Stardust! Eat dirt!
One more! Take it out!
Heal my weary companion!
A chain between heaven
Cure!
and earth!
Thanks!
Hear me!
Blood!
A whirling
Rising
banshee of
Wyvern!
lightning! Glacial spear!
You're mine!
Here's the evil! Whirling struggle!
It's in your hands now.
You pay for that!
Where are you going? Not in your dreams! I'll bring you back
Rising
from this
Wyvern!
wind! Air thrust! A whirling struggle!
Take this!
Winds of
No
heaven!
escape!
Earth force!
Resonate with the earth! Try this!
Dance in the wind!
Spirits with
Good healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Heal!
You require a hand.
Rising Riser! No further! Soda!
I can handle it.
Dance on the wind!
Hard up. Feel.
On your knees! You're finished!
A whirling circle. Mega winds of heaven.
Oh.
I'll heal you all.
Rising Riser! Soda!
Healing wizard. They're not playing around. Tempest.
Rising Phoenix!
Water. Hear my love. Arch field. Confiscated. Hear me. I'm ready.
You picked the wrong
All
fight!
disasters I never fit. Come forth and
Rising
give us
Riser.
purity.
Soda!
Maelstrom. Healing
Now you
circle.
see what I can do! Is this it?
What would I do without you?
Can't get out of...
I'm sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Far beyond the dark
I'm
now.
ready.
Resuscitation. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I died, but it's okay. Died a few times, a few thousand times. Not much water in this.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
Hey, a treasure chest. Thank you, Joe. Oh, that's fantastic. We should have put one here too.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped
Oh,
on
okay,
its
that's
head.
what I want.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa.
Oh.
I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
So where exactly at the entrance does this take us? I remember there were two inactive teleporters. Yeah, that's the one where we went down to the first part of it. Okay, well, we can end it here. I think What I want to do first, though, is like replenish all my items. I can even do that. Figure out where there's a this will work. But there's an N right here. Okay, that's perfect.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Hey, she gets one. Nice. He gets one. She gets one. Oh, and he gets one? Oh, that's so nice. You get something? Luminous eyeball. Can I buy? Oh, I can't. I don't think that's how that works.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Needed those. These are always good to have. That's okay, that might be good enough.
This is great.
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice.
You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Okay.
What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back.
I don't like you,
From the
Udo.
looks of it,
That's what he's
I'd say
saying.
you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just...
I didn't see
don't know.
this when I
I'm
came
just
on.
curious, I guess. Now he's got his senses back and all.
Message, but
I suppose you're right.
good usage.
Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess... it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but... I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Shion. But that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alphen's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive.
Her face is really
Sometimes
cute
we
right
just
there.
have to do our best and
Shion.
take one for the team, right?
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel
In
more at
an
home here
inn.
than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard!
Oh, okay. Click here and continue tomorrow.
We finally made it.
So that's that for tonight, I guess. Maybe we won't get to Scarlet Nexus this week. Maybe that'll be next month. Alright, good night.